a maternal home in Benin City, and she ended up winning a grant that helped her to contribute to policy on maternal mortality rates in Nigeria. It's actually very straightforward. So I started to ask yourself, who benefits from my research? How will my findings be applied or used? What platform will carry my voice to those who need to hear it? Now you may be asking yourself, why do you need research funding? You need research funding like you need money to do anything else. If you're in the sciences, for example, you're certainly going to have to do field research, field work. How do you expect to do that? Where are you going to get money to do that? You actually do not need to invade your personal funds to carry out research. You can apply for grants to carry out that research, and it even makes your research more robust. And then access to equipment and tools. Are you going to just depend on the Central Research Laboratory, University of Benin, and possibly where you have access to equipment and tools to get frustrated? You can actually access these things through grants. And then travel opportunities like conferences, trainings, and so on and so forth, and community engagements, local groups, government bodies. These are all parts of research. Now, I'll stop here to give an example of why it is important for us not to have or to cease to have a silo mentality when it comes to research. Whether you are in pharmacology, you are in biology, you are in English, you are in education, you are in law, wherever you are, you should have the mindset of collaboration. We've moved beyond law research on law, English research on English, pharmacology research on pharmacology. You should be able to go across the disciplines and go across the sectors. Go across the disciplines means law and meet environmental sciences, whatever your research is or whatever your application is on, agencies and communities. That is where the impact comes in. So even if you're going to choose a topic for your research, you should have multidisciplinarity in mind. Now, I give you an example of somebody in microbiology who simply accessed a travel grant through the World Academy of Sciences. It was an honorary travel grant, honestly, just to travel, just for a conference. And of course, you know when you get to a conference, and even if you are in any stage of your research, you can't talk about it. You can't talk about it if you have these clear research objectives. And that's what she did. She got a travel grant over from her research, eventually of course. She got visibility for her research, and ultimately she got a grant to do her PhD in Europe. Now, it sounds very simplistic, but that's how it works. When you start small, if you see a travel grant, don't ignore it, just take advantage of it, just apply for it. If you think you do not know how to apply for it, or you don't think you have enough capacity, that's why DREAM is there, the Director of Research, Innovation and Development, or any other colleague, mentors around. DREAM is D-R-I-D, so you can send an email to drid@udemy.edu and ask your questions, ask for guidance, ask for support, and we'll be there to help you. Now, even if you don't want to go strictly into academia and you just want to enhance your business partnerships outside of here, you still need a grant. What the grant can do for you is to give you visibility and then open doors that you never thought would open. The advantage that you have being a postgraduate student in the University of Benin is that many donors actually many times look for
University of Benin and apply for your grants and get it. You get even stronger credibility. So this is highly encouraged. That's the first step. The second step is, this is actually a university that believes in you. Are we coming here to give you a lot of talk and counsel about impactful research without actually kickstarting it, without actually creating an enabling environment for it? No. Please, if you have an email, a University of Benin email, can you just signify if you have and you access it? Okay, not very many of us, right? And honestly, that's not very helpful. It's not very helpful because at least twice a week, you have calls coming into your email that you can take advantage of. One email can have up to 3 calls, and one of them would at least concern you. Just take advantage of it. Please go to the ICT, register for your emails, have them activated so that you can access them and take advantage of these calls coming. Now, for what University of Benin is doing, for those of you who have emails, I'm sure you've seen the email about the launching of the seed grants by the University of Benin, right? You have, because a few of you have actually submitted. Now, that's the initiative of the university management through DREED in collaboration with the College of Postgraduate Studies. That is important for you to take advantage of it, because if we are talking about application for grants, this is where to start. It's not very much, but it looks at potential. It doesn't look for a perfect research, that's the truth. It looks at potential, and it guides your potential for innovative postgraduate studies. Please register for your emails. We are going to resend that call again. If you look at it in detail, you'll be guided on what exactly to do. So that's a good place to start, and I don't think it's something that you should let to slip by. Okay, so finding external scholarships and grants, what you need to know. I said it doesn't matter what your motive is or motivation is for being here. You actually need a grant, even if it's to strengthen your office, even if it's to expand your business, you need a grant. Remember I mentioned collaborating across disciplines and collaborating across sectors. You definitely need a grant. Now, how do we group these opportunities in UniBen, for instance? We have the national opportunities, we have the regional opportunities, we have the international opportunities. I'm not going to bore you with the details of these opportunities, but I will just pick a few of them and highlight exactly why they are important. For instance, I'm sure you've heard about TET Fund. I don't think there's anybody here who hasn't heard about TET Fund. Now, TET Fund may mostly be for academic staff. TET Fund is mostly for academic staff. But you can actually take advantage of TET Fund National Research Fund, NRF, by being either a data collector, a research assistant, a co-author. Just be part of it. You can even be part of the implementation team. It is a good place to start. How do you do that? You just reach out to your supervisor or any senior academic in your faculty and tell them that you want to be part of it. Even if they are not going to be part of it, they will link you up with somebody who's going to be part of it. Or better still, you can send us an email and then we'll direct you to somebody that would be very happy to work with you. So that is TET Fund. There's also PTDF, there's Federal Ministry of Education, bilateral education agreements, there's needs assessment. Some of these are active, some of these are not very active. On the regional level, you have the African Women in Agricultural Research and Development, for example. You have the African Union scholarships from Pan-African University, ECOSOC. And then at the global level, you have DAAD, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, the Commonwealth scholarships, the Erasmus Plus program. Erasmus Plus program is specifically for postgraduate students that want to study in Europe. It comes out every time, and I know a lot of Nigerians that have actually benefited from Erasmus Plus. Okay, thank you, excuse me. So for Erasmus Plus, I think the problem is usually access, opportunity, and awareness as to when the call comes out. That's why it's good for you to access your emails. And then there's I mentioned the World Academy of Science, OWSD, UNESCO fellowships. These are fellowships on science, technology, and innovation. So please, when you see these calls, also take advantage of them. And if you're not sure, kindly ask. Now, talking about grant writing proper, it's not rocket science, honestly. A lot of people have this mindset, which is a myth, that it is for professors, it's for researchers, it's for elites, and so on and so forth. It's not so. If you do not try, if you do not make an attempt, you will not know. Now, it is not guaranteeing you that every time you apply for a grant, you're going to get it. That is false. I can tell you that for free. Now, out of 20 grants that I may have applied for, I may have gotten only 1 or 2. That's just the way it works. There are other factors. But what is important is that you take into consideration what the donor requires. Many times, we Africans are too hasty. And it shows when you buy a phone or when you buy a TV or a gadget. What do? You throw away the manual. Is there anybody that's not guilty of that? We all are. You just assume that you know how to use it. You know what is there. And that's the same attitude we carry into grant applications. Don't ever assume that you know what the donor wants. Always read the call back to back. In fact, minimum you should read it twice. Read the terms of reference, and then to fund. If the funding doesn't concern you, don't go there. Or better still, collaborate with somebody who is. A donor can be insisting on submitting a grant on telecommunicates as part of her reason. And it gave her a very strong reason for getting that grant, to improve the policy on maternal mortality in Nigeria. Okay, so I think I have said, I have emphasized and overemphasized the need for relevance. It's important for me to also emphasize the need for patience, and emphasize the need for humility, because it takes humility for you to want to collaborate with people. It takes humility for you to want to receive constructive criticism. If you are not humble enough to collaborate with anybody, then I don't think you're a potential candidate for a grant. Now here, what kind of support is available to you in University of Benin? I already mentioned the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Development. So you can send us an email, ask your questions, look for support, look for how you can connect one person to the other, answer your queries, whatever it is that you come with. As thing here is attached to a faculty. Look for faculties, look for professors, look for senior lecturers, ask them questions, attach yourself to them about grants, for instance, about scholarships, and I don't think there's anybody who would not want to answer. You have that support in University of Benin. Please take advantage of it. And then there are workshops on proposal writing. There's one coming up in the next 2 weeks, and then there's another coming up at the end of June. When you see them, please take advantage of them. The next one that's coming up in 2 weeks is virtual. So you can attend it from anywhere. It would even emphasize some of these things that I'm talking about, how you can bridge, like Emeritus Professor said, the gap between theory and practice. Is specifically talking about balancing research excellence with societal impact. And then access to online databases. The University of Benin Library is there. It's not just the physical books that are there, but if you do not ask, honestly, you will not know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are several databases that are there that you can access for free, including all the paid ones that you know about. JSTOR, Hein Online, all of them, they can be accessed for free. So rather than looking for the shortcuts or looking for an already existing research or whatever it is, take the challenge and look for these things by yourself. And on my final thoughts, in part 5 from what I gave you, I'll just quickly say that your time at UniBen is not about completing a degree, which we have tried to be emphasizing since morning. It's about building a research identity. It's about gaining. On this note, I would say welcome if this is your first time in University of Benin, and welcome back if you have been here before for one thing or the other. Thank you very much for listening.
No one could have done this better. Here's another round of applause for her. Professor Mrs. Sumive, we're grateful for all the counseling. Please, I want to quickly crave your indulgence and identify someone to all of you. The university has a father, or what you call Papa, and that is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Odogwu Morige, SAN. Who has also made this ceremony possible. This is the maiden matriculation ceremony for postgraduate students of the University of Benin. But please permit me to identify your principal as postgraduate students, and that is the Provost, College of Postgraduate Studies, Professor David Ezeko. He is your principal. You're welcome, sir. And I thought I saw the Deputy Provost. To him, for your information, he is Professor Musa Avamba. Where and address all of you. She is Professor Mrs. O.N. I hear the Directorate of Guidance, Counseling and Career Development Center. She will talk to us about critical thinking as postgraduate students. Madam, you're welcome.
Well, I want to say, my Provost, thank you for putting this together. I know you work with the Vice Chancellor, but you are the one, like you said, you are the principal. So thank you, sir. I want to I bring greetings from Professor Mrs. Ebochukwu. She had planned to be here, but she's unavoidably absent. So I'm here to represent her. I'm speaking to postgraduate students who are about to be matriculated into the University of Benin. I want to congratulate you on this great feat. I know that many of you missed the opportunity to have your bachelor's degree in the great University of Benin, probably due to the intense competition to get in here. And then some of you have been far away from here. But here you are now. Dream come true. Congratulations. Congratulations. So we'll be talking quickly about critical thinking ability among postgraduate students. You know, when we talk about critical thinking, quite a fascinating and vital topic, especially for postgraduate students who are often expected to engage in advanced research and complex problem solving. We've just had 2 lectures where you've been talked to about how to write, how not to plagiarize, how not to depend so much on AI, but to source for information, analyze, interpret, evaluate them, and then make your own arguments so that what you are writing, what you are doing becomes yours. This is my own argument. Having seen sources, having read far and wide, and having also tried to synthesize, look at them critically. In everyday life, we use critical thinking. In your relationship with people, you see, critical thinking is so important that even the National Universities Commission has included it in the curriculum, core curriculum, and minimum academic standards for universities, both at the undergraduate and the postgraduate level. It's also a course that makes up, among the courses that make up 30% of the 100% every student needs to graduate from the university. Now, what is critical thinking? This word comes from the Greek, critical, comes from the Greek word kritikos, meaning able to judge or to discern. Ability to judge or discern. It dates back to the teachings of Socrates as documented by Plato. And even now it looks like a subject that is most understood by philosophers and psychologists. Having reasonable reflective thinking about things. Using information, gathering information about issues so you can take decisions based on the information you have gathered. You don't take things, you find that those who are involved in critical thinking don't usually take things at face value. They don't take things it's not that those who are involved in critical thinking find faults in things. But you see, when something comes up, you want to look at it. You try to analyze the information available to you. Try to look at the sources you have got them from. Are they credible? Can I really use this? What can be done? And then you put in your own and make it what it ought to be, your own argument. Some researchers have listed some critical thinking skills, and these include the ability, one, to recognize a problem. What's a problem? A problem doesn't have to be something bad. A question that needs an answer. A challenge, an issue that needs a solution. Question in the class, your research, it needs a solution. Usually in your research, you have a statement of the problem. You can write a good one if you have the ability to think critically. I want to use an example, something just out there. In your community, they want to change the recycling, what is being used for recycling waste. And then somebody suggests that to save money. A critical thinker will say, is it just to save money? Or is there another reason why we have to use this? Or is it the hassle in it? We want something easier. There you're already talking about recognizing you define the problem. What exactly is this issue? identify issues surrounding it. Who is affected? What are the consequences at the end of it all? You are able to identify. It's an ability of critical thinking. And then you are able also to identify means. You identify doable means. As you know exactly, you define the problem, you can recognize it, you begin to think of what are the doable means, what are things that can really be done to resolve such a problem. You have to think it out. And then you begin to collect pertinent and solid information from different sources. Ability to do that is a skill in critical thinking. Sourcing for information. We've been told how when you are doing research, you have to source for information. Ability to source for information is a skill in critical thinking. For you that you are in postgraduate, advanced research, not the way it was in the bachelor's degree. Some of you are even actually here for your second postgraduate degrees. So you've gone through something. But here you are in Uniben. We want you to be involved in critical thinkers. Critical thinkers are not people who condemn what other people have done, but they strive to understand it, source for information surrounding it, and then make good use of information to create their own arguments. Then you should be able to identify logical relationships between objects. If there's a situation, there's a program, what are the relationships logical between different objects concerning this problem? Based on that, you can draw your conclusions, you can make generalizations, and even be able to discriminate. And then, of course, you can also, create your own arguments concerning that problem. Now, you find that some researchers have also looked at other researchers have thought about critical thinking as something questioning sources, analyzing, interpreting, then evaluating, and from there making conclusions. When you apply critical thinking, it doesn't mean that you are focused on the negative aspect. Critical thinkers don't take things at face value. A lot of us have had experiences with postgraduate students, and they're coming into the class, you come with your pad and the Bible, and then you're looking at the lecturer. You already have the scheme, you have the course outline. You know what it is there for the day. But today is what we put down. It shouldn't be so. As you see the course outline, you're already going out to source for information concerning those we say. And as it says, is you are adding it to the information you had before. You are analyzing, you are questioning, you are trying to clarify things. And then you arrive at your own arguments. Do I really accept this whole? Had issues with that. By the time you ask questions, people are sitting and looking at you. I've had cases to say, okay, now we'll stop this class. Let this be the assignment for the next one. You are expected, please, to think. You must be able to work. In the academic context, critical thinking is the most associated with arguments. Arguments. You don't take anything for at face value. Don't take things at face value. You must be able, there must be arguments. And you know also that a lot of researchers regarding a particular concept do not usually agree. In our field, in psychology, when we talk about personality, there are different theories of personality. All of them talk about how individuals develop their personality. What are we talking about personality? You know, your personality is the fairly enduring characteristic, always talking. People who have been around the person quickly know. It's the personality. Probably or that one is always smiling, or that one that is calm. That means in most situations you have seen the person, even when there's upheaval, the person remains calm. It's enduring. That's the personality. It can be used to describe the person. But different authors describe how people become who they are. Each of them different. The way they put it, that this is how personalities are formed. They are different, but when you look at every one of them, you find that it is true. You can still see people that were. I say, this person said this one said this. People have seen, this is it. What is your own opinion? What do you think? The same thing, all of them. Several. Some is just stimulus response. True, some people learn that way. And then you go and where some said no, they learn by operating on the environment. If I do something, I have a good consequence, then there's a tendency for me to repeat it. It is true in a lot of cases. But others came up again and said, in between the stimulus and the response, there is the the organismic, which shows that an individual thinks about it. So even if something brings a good consequence, I can also decide whether I want it now or not. You see that? But there are some individuals that because it brings a good consequence, regularly they repeat it. It's true. But there are some others too that will not. Simple thing in the classroom, we teach that operant condition. We say reinforcement. If a child answers a question in the class and you say, well done, clap for him. That theory says there's a tendency for that child to keep answering questions. Others will also do. Give pencil. But there are some children that say, who helped? Clap, help. I don't want to be clapped for. I don't want the pencil. So you find that beyond what people, but these are things that have been published, they are theories. Beyond it, you can argue. You can have your arguments about them. That yes, this is what is there, but it's not in all cases. And you have your reasons there, you put them forward, talking about that. So let's just do a small outline because of the little time we have to help structure one's thinking. An outline. Like I mentioned, in academic context, critical thinking is most associated with arguments. You must be able to argue. You may be asked to think critically about other people's arguments or create your own. To become a better critical thinker, therefore, you need to learn how to, one, clarify your thinking purpose and context. Clarify the thinking purpose. How do you clarify the purpose, the thinking purpose, and the context? Because for every purpose is also in a particular environment. So one purpose in two different environments may not yield the same result. You must be able to clarify. This thing is spoken this way. Identify it. What exactly is the purpose? Then you define it. In defining it, you look at key stakeholders. Who is affected by this? Or what is affected by this? And then you look at the impact. What are the consequences? What are the consequences? That's clarifying the purpose and the context there. And then, of course, you begin to question your sources of information. This also is necessary here. There are many sources of information in the academic field. You go online. You must be able to ascertain that this is a credible source. They are all not of equal credibility. So if you're a critical thinker, you must be able to look at the sources and, sieve, look at them, question them. We find students, when you look at somebody, PhD, you're writing a thesis, and it's all, what do they call them? You get it from a TikTok, and then you are putting them as references. They don't go. So you must be able to look at the sources, question them, question your sources. Sorry. Okay. Question the sources of information and be sure that what you have is usable. Okay. As you question them, you should identify the arguments. What are arguments? Arguments are statements with reasons. Every day we have arguments. Everyday life. From simple argument like, you should take more than one biro to the examination hall because the one you are using may stop writing. Why? May not stop writing. I've just bought it. An argument can say that to complex ones about laws and theories. So you find, you identify arguments in that problem, that information, and the arguments. What are the sources? What are the sources? Analyze them. Analyze the sources and the arguments. Sorry, I'm having a little issue here. Like we are counseling psychologists. Whenever I'm talking with somebody, whatever discussion it is, I see a client, a prospective client in that individual. Whatever he's saying, when he's talking, I'm critically thinking about the issues the person is talking to me about. Why is he saying so? Why is he taking that viewpoint? Could it be from experiences of the past? Could it be he read about it? What really is making him think that way? And so we have several forms of thinking. Lower order thinking also, which recognize ability, cognitive abilities that involve basic recall. Use them, basic recall. Recall what you have studied, comprehension, and application of information. These are usually building blocks for more arguments, more analysis, even in whatever you are doing. Please, I want to change this. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, just lost what I have here. Now, besides that, you now clarify your thinking, you create or synthesize your own arguments. You have looked at the sources, you have tried to analyze them, question them. You have looked at the arguments, create your own arguments. What is your own input? Even as you evaluate arguments of others, you create your own arguments about the situation. Like I said, these cognitive abilities are often the building blocks for more complex thinking. They include tasks like remembering facts, understanding concepts, and applying knowledge, even in specific solutions. Question your sources, I've mentioned that. Identify the arguments. It allows you to understand better how people formulate an argument of your own. You must make the effort. What's an argument, like I mentioned? It can range from simple ones to complex ones. But an argument is there. A statement is made. A reason is given. We begin to talk about an argument. To succeed at the university level, you need to identify academic arguments that are made by authors. And you find that usually you find these academic arguments, they are called positions. What position is the person taking? What is the main points in that talk? What is the contention? What is the central claim the individual is making? You must be able to see that. And then you now develop higher order thinking skills. These are known also as critical thinking. You go beyond rote memorization. That's what we are talking about now. You don't sit back, as the lecturer has said, so list and discuss. No, in postgraduate, that shouldn't be it. You go beyond rote memorization, involve complex cognitive processes like analysis, evaluation, whatever is given to you. Try to think about it, question it, look out for other sources, put down your own, put it down. Synthesize it. Then this helps you to solve the problem and make connections between ideas. Now you have logic, usually where you have to say logic is a tool that is used to analyze soundness of an argument. assessing whether the premise offers sufficient support for the conclusion. You must look at it and see if there's a logical connection there. Your job will be critically examined the claims made and critically assess the logic of the author's stand, his main points. Now also you can look at points for analysis. First, you look at what evidence is given in what you're looking at. What is the evidence given there? What are the conclusions made? What assumptions are there? They may not be stated, but you can deduce them. What are the assumptions being made here? What are the ramifications? They may not be clearly stated there from the author's arguments. And then, of course, when you have done all this, you judge their quality, their value, the significance. You consider the strengths of the argument, the limitations. You must look at all. Look at all. So that when you are making your own arguments and arriving at a conclusion, you have looked at all sources. I'll just tell you one thing we did not too long ago. When you talk what I'm talking about, you ask questions, people don't answer. Postgraduate, masters, PhD. So we did that, and then the last exam we had with the professor my colleague who is supposed to have been here, we decided to give them an exam in which they could open book. We are in psychology. So come with your books for the 3-hour exam. Well, the invigilator told us that when the exam started, the books were being opened. They were opening them. And then after a while, everybody kept back their books. And then they were writing by themselves. I think they were forced to begin to think critically. And he said, at the end of the 3 hours, nobody was willing to submit the paper. They were still writing, but they had to stop. And I can assure you that I've learned a lot. Because people now have their own arguments. They were not just regurgitating what has been told. They were not telling what people have said in books. They were talking. They were writing. They have turned researchers. If this is done more often, this is the essence of postgraduate studies, that you become an authority too in your own field. It was a good one we did, and I enjoyed reading what they wrote. None of them failed. None of them. Because they thought they did something. They worked. So evaluation is supported by analysis. The ability to evaluate is a key critical skill. Evaluating arguments made by others, like I said, will improve your own critical thinking and allow you to develop stronger and more refined arguments. Creating arguments consists of bringing together evidence, reasoning, and claims, and together developing your own main claim. It is one of the most challenging and exciting aspects of critical thinking, but it's rewarding. When we eventually talk about some of the benefits, it's quite rewarding. Creating arguments relies on synthesis, which means placing things together. This is because arguments need to bring together insights from your analysis and evaluation of other sources as well as your own thinking. You bring all together. Let's see the challenges. And it challenges you, it improves your critical thinking. Synthesis is a creative act that challenges and improves your critical thinking. It requires you to consider what others have argued about your topic, and to include not only the evidence and claims that support your own arguments, but also opposing and different views. What are the benefits of critical thinking? There are quite a good number of them, but one that is often, ignored is the fact that critical thinking makes you happy, because it kind of gives you the feeling that you also can do something. It gives you a feeling of self-efficacy. I have the ability to do something. It gives you that. It's a key for career success. It also is a skill among the students. They justify that critical thinking ability can boost the capabilities of the teachers and students as well. I told you I learned a lot from reading those scripts. There were things I hadn't thought of, but they thought of them. So the teacher benefited, the students also benefited. The teachers will be able to evaluate their students' performance in a better way. Excessively for this purpose, of course, you know that NUC, like I mentioned, has already put in critical thinking as one of the courses that will be taught there. It's a key to success. It helps you in better decision making. You can take better decisions because when you make decisions based on information you have gathered, they are better than when you don't, you look at one side and you are taking a decision. You gather information. The information you gather, you analyze them. You evaluate. You look at the sources. You question them. It helps you to do better decision making. And then, of course, it gives you opportunities to have well-informed opinion. You really know what you are doing. Well-informed opinion. And it creates independence. That's one thing we had there. Those students, they wrote independently. They were carrying the books. Check what's this person, how many books will you look at sometime at the point of the examination. This critical thinking, this should have been done long before then. Look at so many sources. So when you get into the examination, all you are doing is, like I mentioned, those lower order thinking and higher order thinking, recalling the information you have and then using them there. It creates independence. No two scripts were the same. Unlike if we were asked to list and list and discuss, everybody will writing the same thing because the list is the same. Some will miss out one or two, and everybody could write. Critical thinking is a key to creating independence and opinions. It's an activity for the mind, just like our muscles. In order for them to be strong, to be exercised and challenged. Postgraduate work, academic work requires your minds to be challenged. Your mind to be challenged, just like your muscles. You go to the sports center, your muscles to build them up. Your minds need to be challenged. It is safe to say that critical thinking is almost like an activity for the mind, and it needs to be practiced over and over. Critical thinking encourages the development of many crucial skills, such as logical thinking, begin to think logically, decision making, and open-mindedness. Not narrow, open. Because you have so many sources, and then you are able to take your decision based on all those sources. It allows for creativity. Critical thinkers are also highly creative thinkers. They see themselves as limitless when it comes to possibilities. Anything is possible. Just think about it. From all the sources, and think about, put your own down. They are constantly looking for things to take things further, which is crucial in the workforce, not just in the academic world, even in the workforce, where you work. Those are the people who think outside the box in workplaces. Wherever they are thinking of, is this the only way to do it? If we do it the other way, is it not possible? Will we not arrive at the same result or even a better one? If you are that kind of worker, nobody wants to lose you. When they are downsizing, you won't be among them because they see you as a critical thinker, someone who is useful to the workplace. Critical thinkers enhance problem-solving skills and make jobs and better at solving the world's biggest problems. They have the potential to literally change the world. You can change the world. It promotes curiosity. You want to search for it. You want to know. You want to know. You want to know. And then you know. Of course, it improves relationships. Even with relationship among people. Critical thinking. Because it helps you to listen to the views of others. When you are discussing, whatever the discussion is, you listen to the views of others, you are able to understand that we are all not the same. And so you can flow. Bring in your own also. You don't have to quarrel about it. It allows you a better understanding of the perspective of the others. And then you can help you to become more open-minded towards different views also. Quite important. Well, in all this, we'll make some recommendations. One is that critical thinking ability is significantly important for students to resolve their educational and social issues. It is also one of the most important skills that should be taught to students studying at a higher level. For the teachers, my own colleagues have said teachers should make deliberate efforts to enhance their students' critical thinking.
course advisors, and course coordinators, heads of departments, deans, external examiners. For instance, you want to submit a kind of project, assignment. You don't just have to copy. A lot of times I see those things in my office, and because the rules don't really apply to them. Let's say somebody wants to go to a conference, and it's the same conference, the same theme. All I see in some of the letters, about 5-10 staff could write. The only area that is different is the name, and possibly the specific office. They will just go together. I'll go and write your letter. Okay, go and do the format. They will just put there, just like the way they do some affidavits in the court. It's the same thing. Even something that does not apply to some people, they put it in affidavits because it's what they just, this is the way it is done. So in this case, universities' academic integrity is a bit different. It's completely different. If somebody has done a particular work and you have to work on that work, I'm sure people would have talked to you today about plagiarism. Provost, I don't know whether anybody talked about plagiarism today. So, you know, it's unlike my office, I cannot apply that rule of plagiarism. It's going to the same conference. It's the same theme of conference. It's the same date. It's the same benefits. So what am I going to say is the plagiarism? There's none. He has put his own name. But I know in those days when I used to be a teacher, some people will almost put the name of their colleague. If they just, maybe you are copying someone, he puts his name somewhere. He will put his, maybe you say, do a letter to someone in London, that you want to come to London and so on. And you now spy the person's letter in the exam. Some will copy the other person's name and put there. I have not heard of that before. It's better don't hear about it too. It's better. The next one is examinations. Before I go to examination, we have lecture participation, timetable arrangements, number of lectures to be conducted, students' attendance, participation during lectures. Those things we mark for attendance. If you don't meet the criteria for attendance, you won't be allowed to take the exam. And then we go on to the issue of participation. You must participate in everything that is done. The number of what you are required to do, the requirements, maybe you are supposed to submit 2 assignments or seminars before you go for your final exam and so on, particularly for those of PhD. In some places, PhD, you have to publish or so before you can be allowed to make your final defense. All those ones are within the academic integrity. Examination matters. Pre-examination activities, course registration, payment of school fees, conduct during examination, there are all rules and regulations governing them. So master all the rules so that I don't flout any one of them. Like I've said, plagiarism, cheating, unauthorized collaboration are serious offenses that can lead to severe consequences, including expulsion. Always strive for honesty in your work and give credit where it is due. In academic circle, nobody knows it all. And even when you want to establish a gap, you must look at what others have done. In the process of looking at what others have done, you must acknowledge them. They have worked to this level, but this is where I want to concentrate my own work on. So take note of, to understand the assessment criteria, grading system, evaluation processes. Or you want to study, you want to go for PhD, you should know that from the onset, there is a particular mark you have to make. Maybe 60% must be scored. And in certain universities, they call it maybe 3.5, maybe they go by CGPA, and so on. So all these ones, you must know. If you don't have it, you won't be able to climb or move elsewhere. Attendance and participation, and so on and so forth. But I want to go to another very important rule. Code of conduct. Code of conduct emphasizes respect, inclusivity, and professionalism. Discrimination, harassment, or any form of misconduct is not tolerated. Embrace diversity. Treat every member of the community with dignity and respect. Buttress this fact. The university has several documents to guide behavior and conduct, as well as protect the rights of staff students. Such policies include sexual harassment, gender policy, plagiarism policy, artificial intelligence policy. All these ones you have to take note. The university has most of them. If you check our website, you will see, particularly for sexual harassment. You should try to look at that particular one very well. Some people will feel that it only applies to the lecturers. No, it goes beyond that. It's not only the lecturers that are affected by this. There are different persons who are affected by, if you look at that law, in fact that law is, these people who draft laws. You know, when you draft law, you may not know the full implication of some of those laws. And then later they will start to interpret them. But get yourself familiar with the university's policy on this aspect. There have been cases in this university I've seen, somebody who allege that, okay, you didn't submit you are supposed to submit a particular aspect of your work. You are running PhD. The man has not seen you for more than 1 year, and he's calling you. You are now telling somebody, the man does not allow me to rest, and so on. You know, the policy has taken care of things like that. If it's the other way around, the policy also has also taken care of that. So quickly, I want to just, because I know the time will be moving very fast, use of university resources. The university provides numerous resources, including libraries, laboratories, online databases. These resources are to support your academic endeavors. And it is essential you use them responsibly and in accordance with the university policies. Policies guide all these ones. How you go to library, how you use them, borrow books, and all the rest of them. Please take note of all of those ones too. There are rules. If I start to read all the rules guiding you in this university, in fact, we won't leave this hall today. So let me just mention them. Then you try to, as postgraduate students, I'm sure you will do a lot of thinking and brainstorming over them. Communication. All official communications from the students should be conducted through the normal channels. And in most cases, we want you to be to log into university mail. I'm sure you are going to be given that by the CRPU. All your correspondence should go through your normal, so that they archive your record. When I remember one of my postgraduate colleges I attended, the moment you are entering, you have your own email, official email, and all the rest. Use all of them very wisely. Health and safety regulations. Your health and safety are a priority. That is very important. Familiarize yourself with university's health regulations, including emergency protocols, mental health resources, wellness. Protect not only your well-being, but also that of your fellow students. You must be your brother's keeper or sister's keeper, your neighbor's keeper, as the case may be. I used to have one policy when I was still working somewhere. You discover somebody will come to the office and be doing like this. I say, what is it? I'm not feeling fine. They shouldn't have come. Just tell me. Just say somebody. Go to the health center and so on. So those are things you must take note of. Then what are your responsibilities as students? So that we don't talk too long. I'll just put a few of them together, which I've mentioned. The responsibilities of students are at different levels, and they're also embedded in the rules. Self-management and time management. As postgraduate students, you will need to manage your time effectively. Balancing coursework, research, and personal commitments. And these ones can be very challenging. Let me be a little bit personal. I got to one university, though it was outside this country, and I met somebody from one of the private universities around here. He came for master's degree program. He had first class from that university in Nigeria. Well, so how are you? So how are you coping? He was then going for his PhD. He had finished the master's. He told me stories about himself. That when he got to that university, he was crying every day in the evening. Why? When he looked at the array of work he has to do, he thought he would never pass out of that university. He said, but he was lucky to meet another African who now counseled him. and told him you can cope. He said his first class became nothing when he registered for that, and he was admitted on the basis of having first class to that university. But he now discovered that it was not even, because some of the universities there, they will pair you with undergraduate programs. If there is a course they want to lecture you on, let's say on artificial intelligence, they will design the course. It will apply to undergraduate and postgraduate students, and they will put you all together. And in their own case, they want you to be interacting. Little thing they tell those who are there, they already know. But you are just, he said, as electrical electronics students who had first class, he was expecting to have the best and so on and so forth. Within the next 5 minutes, I will round up so that I will go. So he said he had to think, rethink. He reduced the time of his sleeping, and he applied himself to be reading, studying everything. And at the end of the day, he became a master of it, and they registered him for PhD as at the time I met him. Now, what I'm saying is this. Some of you are not used to Uniben style. You are used to a different, let me do it. I now apply it. But when they were shortlisted, they shortlisted me out. I said, why? He said, I didn't have some things that are now relevant to cope with that course. So it was when they made case for me, they said they would audit it for me. But when I got there too, I discovered I was just learning. Even the same university where I attended, I hardly could cope. I had to really sit down to study. So I really want to talk about this one and then know that you're a different person. Your old ways are gone. You have a new way before you now. And then look at what Uniben is now. Somebody was in Uniben 10 years ago or 5 years ago. It's not the same thing. 2 years ago, we were running postgraduates anyhow. We have a new vice chancellor who has a new focus. We have a brand new provost who wants to really deliver that, yes, he wants to put some structures in place. And then you have, look at all the retinue of very big persons around there. So we have something new. I'm sure many other things will taper down to all the departments. So manage your time very well, and so on and so forth. Engagement in academic and extracurricular activities. Make sure you participate in workshops, seminars, and student organizations where it is allowed, not to go and form a parallel student union somewhere. These activities will enrich your experience, enhance your learning, and help you build valuable network and peers and mentors. The friends you make here can make or mar your life in future. So it's a time for you to network with people, work with them. Seminars are very important. Those are, it's not, you are not interested in that topic and it's within your faculty or your program, you must attend. Seek help when needed. Some people keep to themselves. Go to the postgraduate college and you get enough. And there you will know whether you are making any progress or not. You can also network with your lecturers in your different faculties too. Respect for faculty and staff. Give the maximum respect to faculty and staff. And then community involvement and social responsibility. As scholars, you have a responsibility to contribute positively to this community. Engage in service projects, advocacy, initiatives that address social issues. Your skills and knowledge can make a difference. You are now grown, you are an adult. You should relate as adults and not like the undergraduates. So there is a shift. You have to now start thinking like adults. You should be able to contribute meaningfully to the development of the society. Adhere very strictly to rules and regulations. Do your coursework very well. Then research and thesis. I'm sure you must have been taken through this. There are rules governing all of those ones. You have to conduct original research, writing and defending the thesis or dissertation under the supervision of a qualified academic staff. You'll be given the qualified academic staff. The person is to guide you. It's not actually to write for you. That's one of those things I learned in those days. But I don't know whether it still exists. But I believe your supervisor, even if he's the best person in that particular field, he's not going to write for you. You are the one to write for yourself. Do your research yourself. It becomes your own. It's your own name that will be there. In certain universities, they publish along with the supervisors. They allow it to happen. Those in the medical and some other areas, they are so busy. To even track them is difficult. So you have to book and come. That moment you should be in front of his door. he attends to you, I have 15 minutes with you, if you don't mind, or you have to wait till next week, you know you have to see him. The kind of books you also use and so on, the supervisor will let you know, these areas, don't go to this area. If you have too many scope to follow, you won't be able to cover it in a particular project you are doing. So many other things are with me here, but I don't want to bore us down. This is not a place I can say everything that needs to be said. I have many papers there on rules and regulations, but I want to just enjoy you. What you have had today in the previous papers, some of them are loaded with rules when you start to follow them. So I want to congratulate you now, formally, but I'm sure when you are being matriculated, the Vice Chancellor will truly and formally congratulate you. From my own end, as the custodian of the rules and regulations, I want to congratulate you. For those of us who keep the rules, we are like the proverbial bee. You know the bee that makes honey. But if on the other side, you enter into honeycomb and you want to lick the honey illegally, what do you think will happen? The bee will sink, and when it sinks, it doesn't live. So that's what we call ourselves. And I don't want to serve the other side of the bee for you. I want to serve you the honey, so that when you are being graduated, we all come up here and dress you in the appropriate robe. Congratulations. Thank you. God bless you.
It's not easy to see you, sir. Please, can we give him another round of applause? He is going to join the Vice Chancellor to sign your certificate, so please, give him another round of applause now. Thank you very much, the Registrar. The rules are many, but we will try and keep to them as much as we can. Please, just join me to recognize Dr. Edith Kayode Iyase, Minister of Health, Edo State. You're welcome. And listen, you've come to give us Tambadali support. We're very grateful. Thank you very much. Before we start preparing ourselves for the matriculation ceremony, I just want to chip in something through my colleague, Mr. Desmond Osazua, who is in the ICT, because some of you have difficulty paying your school fees. Is that not true? Yes. So, Desmond, sir, come and talk to us how we can simplify those technical details of studentship.
Thank you very much, sir. The Provost, Deputy Provost, or first the Registrar, sir, and then all other protocols observed. Good morning, everyone. This is to congratulate you all, at least if a written note is being taken about the College of Postgraduate here in Uniben, you will not be left out here because you are amongst the first. So congratulations once again. You are welcome to Uniben. I am Desmond Osazua, Deputy Director with the ICT, standing in for the Director, Mr. Kende Samuel, who is not around right now. But please, there is something you need to know while you are here in Uniben. Everything is done online. Everything is done online. We are long past the paper era. You applied online. Your registration is going to be online. Your school fees is going to be paid online. Your course registration is going to be done online. So is your clearance. We no longer deal with papers anymore. So I'm here to give you some tidbits of all you need to do while you are here in Uniben. Now you are at the stage of clearance because you are past application and admission. You are at the stage of clearance. You must ensure that you are cleared online. It's only after clearance that you can get matriculation number. We have had cases of those who just came in, they were admitted and they forgot about it. It was when they were now graduating because they have gone ahead to attend classes, did all that they need to do. When they were to now write their thesis, they found out that they didn't have matriculation number, and that was because they didn't clear. So please ensure that you are cleared so that you can get matriculation number. And then for those of you that finish your first degree or have done 1 or 2 degrees here in Uniben, you are here for another degree, you are to continue with your old math number. If you did your BSc here and you are now in your master's level, you are to continue with your first degree number. If you did your first degree in another school and you have done your second degree here with your master's and you are here for your PhD again, you have to continue with your master's math number. So please ensure that you have this thing put down so that you will not be misled in any situation of all that you need to do. So all that you need to have this is that you ensure you are cleared. Then the next is registration of courses, which comes after you have paid your school fees. School fees is paid online. Some of you go outside to meet cyber cafe people to do it for you, but it's actually what you can do in the comfort of your bedroom, on your handset. Just log on to Uniben portal, your student portal, go straight to your profile. There you will be led to where you can pay your school fees online. You are in your kitchen, you are in your bedroom, you're sitting watching telly and a cafe for them to do it for you. All you need to do, if you don't know what to do, ask your colleague who has done it before, or go to Uniben's site. You will have a name of somebody from ICT, the name and phone number on our Uniben site. They call any of the numbers you have there. You will be assisted and taken through the process of making your payments online, so that you will not be at any time duped of your money, which has been in many cases here at the cyber cafe. So once you have done, when you are done paying your school fees, next will not be registration of courses for those that we have to write exam. You must register your courses online. Right now in Uniben, your attendance register for exam is printed from the website, and it's only for those that register their courses that will be listed on that list. For example, a course like MTH 711, if you have registered that course online, when attendance register for exam is printed, only those that registered online will have their name appear on that paper. The same thing for those that also registered will have their name appear on the score sheet, because once you have registered, you will have to append your score to a sheet. So if you do not register your courses online, your name will not appear on the attendance register. You will not be allowed to write exam. So please take note of these things. They are very important. That is why we have come out here now to let you know all that you need to do in all of these processes. And then we have website that is free for all to log into. That is just logging into. But to have an internet access in Uniben, we have a 24-hour service, internet services. For students, it's 3,000 naira a semester, 5,000 naira a full session, so that can save you buying data on and on. While you are here in Uniben, you only just need to pay a token, 3,000 naira a semester, 5,000 naira a session. You will have been given a username and password to log on to Uniben website wherever you are on campus. At least there are designated area right now in our faculties, but there is the process of having it everywhere in Uniben that is ongoing, so that wherever you are under a tree outside, you can log into Uniben website without using your data, just with that token payment made. And then all other things you need to do. We have some certifications here in Uniben. While you are here, within your 1 year or 18-month stay in Uniben, you can take a certification course, ICT certification course for 3 months, which you can add to your own certificate. You will not have a double certificate while you are living here in Uniben, so that anything you need to do, we will assist you in achieving it. For example, we have a certification in CCNA. For those of you that are versed with that, we have also certification in Microsoft Essentials. You know, it can be part of what you add to your certificate in getting a job these days. They just ask you, are you IT compliant? Have you been certified in any area of ICT? Just while you are here, you can have that certification that you can produce along with your certificate when you are seeking jobs. So it's easy for you to do. We have a Cisco Academy Microsoft Essentials certificate. We also have other trainings that you may want to know that you want to add to your certificate. Now, important of all this is the ChatGPT. You know, is the process of writing whatever you want to do these days. Only just ask ChatGPT. It will let you know what you need to. But there are some of us that do not know what ChatGPT is. We can train you on this while you are here in university. It's your thesis, writing projects, writing dissertations. All of these things help you to master the act of writing while you are here in university. It makes this easy for you, and it will help you in all of the things you want to do. Then we are also encouraged to register with our library. Very important. Library these days is no longer hard copy. It's no longer a physical building. It's no longer in a four-wall of a building, but it's online. So register with Uniben Library. You will be given access to access books online. We are a collaboration with such bodies like Khan Academy. We are in collaboration with E-Granary and then the Essential Electronics Agric Library. All of these online made available. You don't need to go and be looking for a hard copy of books. Go to a library to go and be searching shelves for books. No. Books are no longer in the shelves of a cabinet, but they are on the shelves of online library. So please ensure you register with our library. They will give you access to any book that will aid the process of your writing, of your thesis while you are here in Uniben. So all of these things are available. And then, of course, there was the email that had been mentioned earlier on. It's only those that have been cleared. You have been cleared as a student that will be issued the Uniben email address. The registrar mentioned earlier on that is the process of correspondence with you. It's very correct. If you are going to be corresponded with, is through that email address. And when there are grants that you need to access, there are applications for such grants like was mentioned by the professor that gave a lecture. It's through those emails that they will be sent to you, and you can only access it if you have the Uniben email address. So please ensure you are cleared. It is automatically generated for you. You don't need to ask, you don't need to seek for it. Once we notice that you have been cleared, it is your first name dot your last name at uniben.edu. That will be your Uniben email address. So please ensure you are cleared and ensure that you have this email address. It's only through that you are going to be corresponding with a Uniben. Thank you very much for all this that you have known. So please, there are other things you need to know about it. Just go to the Uniben website. It's www.uniben.edu, or come to the ICT Center here in auditorium at the last floor. Somebody will be there to attend to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We want to wrap up this session, and for us to do that, we want to invite the chairman ceremonial committee, or the chairman organizing committee of this orientation, Professor Benson Sadolo.
The registrar, provosts, our colleagues, professors who are here, directors, deans, students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are done with the first phase of this ceremony, which is the orientation program. To accomplish this, we invited resource persons and officers of the university to assist us to give you the best. I want to thank most sincerely Emeritus Professor Esosa Bob Usaze, whose first lecture focused on research and thesis writing for postgraduate students. Secondly, we want to appreciate and thank Professor Mrs. Ngozi Nwigwe, who focused on sourcing for scholarships and grants. Here, I will plead with the provost, even though it's a vote of thanks, that sourcing for scholarship or grants or fellowship for postgraduate students is not as easy as you think. You need to be well grounded in proposal writing. And the college, I'm sure through the provost, will in future, maybe next semester, as the case may be, organize a special workshop for you so that you can now enhance your scholarship in the university through grants and other opportunities. Thirdly, we want to appreciate Professor Mrs. Elizabeth Ebuchuku. Spoke with her at the time we had planned to have this orientation. She was available in the country, but she's out. And she didn't want to disappoint us. And I'm so happy and I'm glad that she asked Professor Mrs. Ahie to stand in for her. And she spoke on critical thinking. Actually, those of you that listen very carefully, attentively to the presentation, will be convinced that Professor Ahie wrote the paper herself. The delivery was excellent. I want to thank her for that. We want to also appreciate and thank the provost of the College of Postgraduate Studies, Professor David Izeko, who I'm sure has been able to convince you through his presentation about the place of University of Benin in higher education in Nigeria. Professor, we thank you so much. Now, the masquerade of the university, the big masquerade, the one that carries the laws of the university, the blue book. The blue book is as huge as this. From the first page, the pages run to about 1,000 plus. Every word, every line, every paragraph, every article, everything about the rules and regulations of the university are in his head. He carries them every day wherever he goes. And today, he said something. He said he has not been able to put something on a PowerPoint presentation because of commitments here and there. I was extremely glad when he spoke to you about the university rules and regulations and students' responsibilities. The rules did not just cover your conduct or administration, but also delve into academic aspects of university regulations and your responsibilities. Registrar, sir, we are most grateful. We thank you so much. We want to thank members of the orientation and matriculation ceremony. Number one, I think I'm the chairman, but I should leave that first. Let's take Professor Olibo as a member of the committee. Professor Edi Akpomera, he's been the anchor for this program. Thank you so much. You know, he's a professor of political science, faculty of the social sciences. Then Professor Emeka Danielson Odai is a member. I'm sure they would like to see you. Everybody is just hiding. Professor Akpomera, please come. Professor Olibo. Members of the committee, please. You've done a good job, so we're appreciating you. Well, that is Professor Emeka Danielson Odai. And close to him is Professor Edi Akpomera, and then Professor Orobusa Izebuzua, and we have Mr. Oga Pastor Desmond Yesuawu Usazua. We have all right. That's Professor Mrs. Aru Olubo. Very good. We have Miss J.A. Inyamu. Miss J.A. Inyamu. All right, she's still busy. And then Mrs. O.N. Ahibe. Okay, they are still very busy because of one of the things that we need to do. Please appreciate them for all that they have done to ensure the success of this ceremony. God bless you. Finally, the decision for this ceremony was taken at the board of the College of Postgraduate Studies. We want to acknowledge members of the board, to thank them for working closely with the provost and his staff, for their commitment and dedication to ensuring that his own vision for the college and the VC's vision for the university, they are fulfilled. First, the provost and chairman, Professor David N. Ezeko, we appreciate you, sir. Professor Musa Urumba, Deputy Provost, we appreciate you, sir. Professor O.B. Usadano, that is myself. I'm a member of the board of the college by virtue of my election by Senate of the university to represent Senate on that board. Thank you so much. And I'm also the Dean of the Faculty of Arts. Professor P.O. Igbuna, Professor Mr. K.O. Imokinuvu, the Liberian's representative. Professor K.E. Law Ogbomo, the rep of the Faculty of Agriculture. Professor E.D. Odai, the rep of the School of Dentistry. Professor Mrs. Isioma Tongo, the rep, Faculty of Life Sciences. Professor D.U. Odigie, the rep, Faculty of Law. Professor Mrs. R.O. Olubo, the rep, Institute of Education. Professor E. Akbamera, the rep, Faculty of the Social Sciences. Professor E.I. Agbalaho, rep, Faculty of Education. Professor V.Y. Adams, rep, School of Medicine. Professor Orobusa Izemizwa, rep, Faculty of Physical Sciences. Professor Ibrahim Shoaibu, rep, Faculty of Management Sciences. Dr. R.S. Emujaye, rep, Faculty of Engineering. Dr. O. Iraoyi, rep, Faculty of Pharmacy. Dr. Mrs. J. Benjamin Oludede, rep, Faculty of Arts. Dr. G. Wondo, rep, Faculty of Environmental Sciences. Dr. Mrs. I.M. Mrs. Olutu, rep, School of Basic Sciences. Dr. M.O. Izemizwa, rep, IPAHIM. Professor R.O. Olubugie, Faculty of Vocational and Technical Education. And Ms. Bigbe Omoyuwola, Deputy Registrar and College Secretary. Please, if I've not been able to mention your name, and I know that you have played a very important role in assuring the success of this first phase of the ceremony, and of course the next, I want to thank you all. God bless you and God keep us in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Chairman. Please, can you listen to the following instructions? We have gotten to the cream of why we're here. All robed students, if you know you are robed, will all file out through this door if you know you are robed and you are here for the matriculation ceremony, we all have to process back into this hall as we expect the Vice Chancellor and his procession. So please, can we all rise and gradually, peacefully pass through this end of the hall. We're going to come back through this other end in a procession. You'll be attended to by the staff of the College of Postgraduate Studies who are waiting for you outside. Please. We will all process back into this hall. Because this is an academic ceremony. First, we would want to, the instruction is that this entire wing of the hall will be left for the matriculating students. So if you are seated this way, we want you to take the first 5 rows at the front. The first 5 rows at the front on the left wing here. Please. From there, we'll be left for same matriculation students, please. Can you come this way? Front, please. Those at the back. If you know you are staying behind, come this way. 5 first rows. This way, please. Can we take up the spaces? If you are not roped, you can be here. Hello, sir. Please. Can you excuse us? You can't be there, you're not roped. Our guests sitting on the left-hand side, from the back, 6 rows from the back. 6 rows from the back. Please, we must vacate the place. We still have matriculation students processing in. Yes. Please come to the front. You can come to the front, there's space. There's also space at the back. Please stand up. Those who are seated at the back, please stand up. We still have processing students coming in. Please stand up. They have to be seated first. This ceremony is there. Please. want your attention, please. There is a brown handbag for Reverend Sister. Is it with you? Great.
Beautiful afternoon to everyone here present. We'd like to welcome you to the first postgraduate matriculation ceremony of the College of Postgraduate Studies, University of Benin. Any moment from now, we would commence this event. There will be a Vice Chancellor's procession, and thereafter we commence this ceremony. So we'd like you to be well seated as we receive the Vice Chancellor in a moment from now. Once again, you're welcome. Please rise after receiving the Vice Chancellor's procession. The Vice Chancellor's procession. The Deputy Registrar, Senate Matters, Deans, and Directors. Dean of Student Affairs. Provost, College of Postgraduate Studies. All the principal officers. The Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice Chancellor's procession for this matriculation ceremony. While we remain standing, we take the first and second stanza of the national anthem and the university anthem. Greatest Uniban! Greatest Uniban! Please you may be seated. Our very distinguished, ebullient and pragmatic Vice Chancellor, Professor Edoba Omorige, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, ably represented this afternoon by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration Professor Christopher Osubo. Our dynamic deans and directors here present this afternoon, friends and well-wishers, very distinguished personalities also present here today, our very robust principal officers of our great university, and of course, the matriculants that we are here for today. Please, a round of applause for yourself. We'd like to welcome you very specially to the first matriculation ceremony of the College of Postgraduate Studies, University of Benin. We like to now invite the registrar and secretary to council who would help us moderate this ceremony accordingly. The registrar and secretary to council, Mr. Demola Bobola, to the microphone. The registrar, sir.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, it is my singular honor to perform this task. But however, let me remark that in the protocol, we need to reestablish it properly to say, although the representative of the PRO has mentioned the protocol, starting with our Vice Chancellor, then the principal officers from the Deputy Vice Chancellors, First Administration, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Ekewa Campus, the other principal officers, the bursar, the librarian, then the provost, College of Postgraduate Studies, the provost, College of Medical Sciences, deans of faculties and schools, and directors of the various academic units of the university, members of the university's postgraduate college of the board, distinguished scholars, professors. I'm not sure we have any professor emeritus here, heads of departments and units of the university, our guests, parents, matriculating postgraduate students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor to present to us today the principal officers of the university. But before I do that, permit me to make a remark. The representative of the PRO was saying that this is the first postgraduate matriculation of the university. He is really not telling anything different from the truth. I know many of you were trying to, you thought I would say something else. In those days, I used to write stories for drama and all the rest. We introduce what is called suspense, so that you can be thinking we are going this way, we will go the other way around. So, it's historical that we're having this. It's a shift in tradition of the university. University of Benin had done so well in its postgraduate studies, but there's a need for shift, new ideas, so that we don't continue to toe the same line, because there are shifts in the frontiers of knowledge all over the world. More than ever before, we want the students to be, all of them to be like a family with the university, because we are going to do more to contribute to the future of this university. Relying on government sponsorship and all the rest will not sustain the university's high standard. great citadels. I don't want to mention some of them. They thrive on the support of the alumni in particular. I belong to one secondary school, very renowned. All of us, different sets, you pick a particular section of the school. If you get to that school, it's like a university, even though it's a secondary school. So we know that in future, you are going to become very great men and women. So we want to start the bonding. So there's a shift. So this program is also for bonding, apart from attaching you to the rules and regulations of the university, which we pledge to in the process of the oath taking. So that you now know that you are fully bound and become part of Uniben. Even when you breathe, when you inhale, it's everything Uniben. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. And it also, in the previous years, we were having Dean Postgraduate School. We have shifted to be having what is called college, in the proper sense of it, not just as a tag, with all the paraphernalia, almost functioning entirely on its own, so that I can give the best of postgraduate training to all our students. You come in at a particular date, you can always write down the date you are likely going to leave, to depart from this place with your certificates. I think we should give ourselves a round of applause for that. It is on this note, sir, Vice Chancellor, kindly allow me to present to us the #1 citizen of this campus and a distinguished scholar, an eminent legal luminary who is at the helm of affairs of this university at this time. Is a senior advocate of Nigeria, apart from being a distinguished professor. So it is my singular honor to present to us the Vice Chancellor, Professor Edoba Omege San. Let's give him a round of applause. The Vice Chancellor is very much here with us. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet believe. So believe that he is very much here with us. He's watching everything we're doing right now. But in his place on the seat there, we have the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, who is a distinguished biochemist, over almost 25 years as a professor. And I'm sure some of you, maybe as at that time, a few of you might not even have been born then. So he's presiding over today's event. Is eminently qualified to administer, the oath and pronounce it on you today. Professor Christopher Osbo is our Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration. We have also supporting him the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Victor Igbeneweka. We have a campus that gave birth to this Ugbowo campus, and that's where Uniben started from. They call that place Ekenwa Campus, and it's located in Ekenwa. So let's clap for the history of this university. And the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of that particular campus is Professor Buniamin Ayinde. Let's give him a round of applause. That campus is being transformed, and in the program for this year, the Vice Chancellor has marked out so many things for that campus, and Side B, which you may not know, but in the course of your studies, before you are out, that place will become so activity packed in the course of time. We have with us also the representative of the acting bursar, Mrs. Ojaniro. Please, let's give her a round of applause. The librarian of this university, acting university librarian, Troyo Megson Esquire, acting librarian. We have himself fully seated, the provost of the college. I'm sure those of us who attended the earlier program today, you have seen much of him, apart from talking to us. But as protocol demands, I present to us a very distinguished scholar, a highly dedicated academic, who is the first provost of our very first college of postgraduate studies, Professor David Nosahide Iseko. And we also have his deputy. We regard him as doctor, but like I always let the cat out of the bag. He is a professor already announced, but yet to receive the official stamp. You know, those who register for engineering this current, they can say, okay, you are qualified, they write to you, but you cannot start to use it until they give you the seal. Sometimes it takes months to do that. We won't allow his own to drag that long before we give him that seal. Dr. Nusa Ohomba, the Deputy Provost. We have #1 student on campus. We recognize that student very well. We have the head of all the students. He's a distinguished professor of economics, a highly cerebral and energetic professor for that matter. Professor Atewe Igodao is the Dean Student Affairs. He told me he's leading 77,001. He's the one on top of that 77,000. We have also the chairman of the planning program for this event. Everything, he has been so active. He's a Lord Bishop, but he's a distinguished scholar, had been Dean Student Affairs before, has served as acting Vice Chancellor in a state university, and is the Dean Faculty of Arts and a member of council. Professor O.B. Osadolo. I thought you would clap for him very well. The man who was doing the vote of thanks, he thanked everybody. I thought he would make that error. He didn't. He said, remaining somebody who we have not extended the vote of thanks to. And he said the person is Professor O.B. Osadolo, who happens to be himself. I think we should clap for him again. We have also another distinguished scholar, this time from the dentistry section, standing in for the Dean, Professor Mrs. J.E. Enabulele, or I.E. Enabulele. I want to know whether the Dean of Engineering is here, because he is the one who can keep the light off any particular moment. The Dean Faculty of Engineering is also the chairman of the Electricity Task Force on campus, who can decide to shut down everywhere here. Professor E.A. Ogujo. Thank you for clapping for him very well so that we can continue to have a light. The representative of the Dean Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Dr. Jeff Nwodo. The Dean Faculty of Law is represented here today by a distinguished professor, D.U. Odige. The Dean Faculty of Life Sciences, Professor T.O.T. Imobe. And the Dean Faculty of Management Sciences in Acting Capacity, Professor Mrs. E.I. Ebairo Osage. The Dean School of Medicine is being represented here today by Professor N.O. Enaruna. And the Dean of the Faculty, we call him the Dean of the Faculty. All other faculties are secondary, according to him. So you can quote him. That's 2025. Professor Professor Omoyi Osunde, the Dean Faculty of Social Sciences. We have with us today a very distinguished scholar, this time a female of very high repute, the Dean Faculty of Vocational and Technical Education, Professor Mrs. E.E. Uko Aviomo. That's one faculty all of us must belong. I see nowadays some people graduating electrical, electronics, even medicine, pharmacy, dentistry, going back to learn trade. Some of us are still having problem with that kind of shift in the Nigerian sense. You train somebody to be a dentist, somebody to be an engineer, and the person is learning fashion design, hair making, and so on and so forth. I think we need to have a shift. I believe those of you who are here, you will be better placed when you graduate from here. We have another very distinguished woman scholar this time around, handling Tedford Center of Excellence in Aquaculture and Food Technology. Professor Mrs. Ijoma Obo. Please, let's clap for the women. The women are gradually taking over from us men. I don't know whether the men will want to fight back with time, but the women are really taking over. Even when you witness graduation ceremonies, the ladies are scoring the highest CGPA. But I'm sure during your own time, those of us who are men, you will not allow women to just beat you. Many of us had that experience. When we were in secondary school or primary school, one lady one small girl will just beat you. Say, they will wire you at home. In fact, you won't enjoy yourself throughout that holiday period. But nowadays, things are shifting. The women are coming strong. We have with us a former orator, university orator, the director of advancement and alumni relations of this university, Professor Eji Eragwe. Please, let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Thank you. Thank you. We have also the director, acting director, Institute of Public Administration and Health Services Management from Ekenwa campus, Dr. J. Osagai. And we have acting director, Institute of Education, also from Ekenwa campus, Dr. K. Imasue. We have two administrators leading the the procession. First, for the students, when the students were marching in, the first face we saw was the secretary, deputy registrar, secretary, Postgraduate College, Miss Bimpe Amayiwola. Please, let's give her a round of applause. I don't know where she is. Okay. And then we have the deputy registrar in charge of Senate matters, Mrs. C.I. Egato. So let's give her a round of applause. And then let's give every one of them a round of applause for being here today. Mr. Vice Chancellor, may I respectfully invite you to declare matriculation ceremony for the 2024-2025 academic session for postgraduate students open.
In the exercise of the powers conferred on me by the Governing Council and the Senate of the University of Benin, and all other powers enabling me to do so, I declare the 2024-2025 matriculation ceremony postgraduate students open.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, may I respectfully invite the Provost, College of Postgraduate Studies, to deliver his address. The Provost.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, Principal Officers of the University, Deans and Directors, matriculating students, gentlemen of the press, invited guests,
ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I welcome you all to this maiden edition of postgraduate matriculation ceremony for the 2024-2025 academic section. The College of Postgraduate Studies, University of Benin, has grown from being School of Postgraduate Studies to college status and has become one of the foremost centers of training for academics, researchers, and high-level professionals in other universities, research institutions, and the private public sector within and outside Nigeria. Our college is dedicated to fostering academic excellence, cutting-edge research, and the development of highly skilled professionals equipped to address global challenges. At the University of Benin, we take pride in our robust postgraduate programs, which are designed to meet international standards while addressing local and national needs. Our diverse range of postgraduate courses delivered by renowned faculty school members provide students with the opportunity to expand their knowledge, engage in groundbreaking research, and develop innovative solutions that contribute to society. We are committed to ensuring that every postgraduate student benefits from stimulating learning environments, modern research facilities, and mentorship from experienced scholars. Whether you are pursuing a master's degree, a doctoral program, or a postgraduate diploma, you will find a community that is supportive, intellectually enriching, and driven by excellence. We are proud to be associated with the success stories of our postgraduate students who we have mentored and are exemplified in the quality of their research output, both in Nigeria and in diaspora. Having grown, the College of Postgraduate Studies have grown from just one PhD and 17 master's degree that was awarded in the 1982-1983 to over 2,458 doctorate degree, 23,672 master's degree, and 6,002 postgraduate diploma at the end of the 2021-2022 academic section. We are indeed proud to say we have fulfilled our pledge in the University of Benin anthem of being robed in our purple and gold, clad in our fertile green hem, knowledge for service untold. The 2024-2025 academic session has just commenced, and we have admitted about 4,000 students, comprising 704 PhD, 61 MP PhD program, 40 DBA, that's Doctor of Business Administration, 111 MP, 2,451 MSc, and 560 postgraduate diploma students. As an institution, we are determined more than ever before to complete the academic session within record time, in line with the Senate-approved postgraduate academic calendar for the 2024-2025 academic section. We are committed in ensuring that we make your period worthwhile in this university through timely completion of your academic program within the stipulated time. I encourage you to take full advantage of the opportunities available at the College of Postgraduate Studies here at the University of Benin to engage in meaningful research and strive for academic distinction. Together, we will continue to build a legacy of scholarship, innovations, and impacts. Finally, it's important to note that as part of the strategy to strengthen the postgraduate program and in furtherance of the Vice Chancellor agenda on mainstreaming staff and student welfare, the College of Postgraduate Studies has commenced immediate payment of external and internal oral examination allowances to examiners. This brings an end to an era where staff and sometimes students have to source for funds to pay external examiners. We therefore call on all to reciprocate this gesture by strictly adhering to the approved calendar and avoidance of unwholesome practices which may hinder the advancement of the postgraduate program. Thank you, and God bless.
Vice Chancellor, we've come to the high point of this event. May I request all matriculating postgraduate students to stand up and remain standing. On your program, you go to page 15, but just repeat after me, and we watch you as you go through the matriculation oath, which will bind you to this university. Repeat after me in segments. Let's go. On admission to membership of the University of Benin, Benin City. I put your name. Those on the other side there, I've been watching you. I can't hear your names. Oh yeah, repeat again. I solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will pay due respect and obedience to the Vice Chancellor and officers of the university, that I will faithfully obey all rules and regulations which may from time to time be issued by them for its good order and governance. I shall maintain harmony with my other colleagues throughout my stay in the university. So help me God. Mr. Vice Chancellor, may I respectfully invite you to formally admit the students who have pledged through the oath to be a member of this university community throughout their stay in this university.
Admit you as postgraduate students of the University of Benin. Congratulations.
Let's clap for ourselves. Many of us dream to be part of the University of Benin, never made it. It's a great honor to be part of the University of Benin. It's a big brand. You can flog anywhere around the globe. Let's clap for ourselves once again. So you can take your seat for now. Well, when you do all of this, you must sign. I'm sure something will be given to you to sign, but there is something that is the register where we have to keep your name, and it will be a reference point all through your stay, and even after. We receive from several bodies writing to us, is this truly this person, is this name this or that? Some of you would have gone through that while applying to other institutions and so on. Now, the next item, what we really have to do is the symbolic signing before the Vice Chancellor will come up to address this assembly. The Secretary PG School can come around I think for each of the programs, we are supposed to have 2 representing each block. So, do we call their names, or where are they going to sign? Where we call them. And after signing, those who are representing those programs, you would take a bow here before you go and take your seat. So, we are going to sign here. It's like they've signed. You should not. Okay. For PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, we have 2 names, Endurance Owenchukwu and Pius Iyere. Okay? Please come up the names and sign. Clap for them. The next program is MPhil PhD. For the MPhil PhD, we have Victor Omoege and Idioko Adolf Akange. Sorry, I didn't get your name right, but when you come here, pronounce your name very well for me. Yeah? You are Omoege. Okay, I got that all right. Yes? Yes, what's the name? Akan Idioma. That's good. Okay, this is a rare one. MPhil only. The person simply needs Master of Philosophy only. So we don't have large number of subscribers into that. It's for personal, peculiar reasons to have it. Most people want to go MPhil PhD, but there are some they just need that alone. So on this, for this group, we have only one person. We have Osa Yomori.
Osa Yomori.
Flora Osakwe. Please, let's give her a round of applause. She's a Lone Ranger. Please give her a round of applause. We have this large pool, but we are picking only 2 from this large pool. And we have for master degree students. So they cover all the master's programs. We have Ajibade Temitope David and Obumse Ngozi Ogoma. The last. Is this what God has joined together? What man has joined together? When you have 2 unidentical becoming identical, one so light, one so dark. We have the postgraduate diploma students, and we have a large pool too. We are pulling out only 2: Osase Tessie Oshodi and Ohiokawoyi Sandra Joy. For them, only that you are not gender friendly on the other side. Vice Chancellor, may I respectfully invite you to address the matriculating students.
An address by Professor Eduba B. Omorige, San, Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, at the matriculation orientation ceremony for newly admitted postgraduate students for the 2024-2025 academic session. This day, Friday, 16th May 2022. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. On behalf of the management and staff of the University of Benin, I'm pleased to be here at this matriculation ceremony for the 2024-2025 academic section for all newly admitted postgraduate students. Let me begin by formally congratulating the new students for the privilege of provisional admission into our great institution. I believe that your admission into the postgraduate degree programs is the beginning of a worthy course, and whatever you make of your sojourn here will largely define your goals and aspirations. I encourage you to see your admission as a rare opportunity for which you must make the best of by staying focused. It is also expedient that you imbibe the values of diligence, hard work, and resourcefulness which our institution, the University of Benin, otherwise known as UNIBEST, pursues for every sense of commitment and responsibility. While here, make yourself truly part of this community and embrace our culture of excellence in academic and other worldly activities. Furthermore, it must be pointed out that nothing is to be taken for granted. It is expedient for you to obey the rules and regulations of the institution, as the authorities have zero tolerance for deviance. As mature students, we trust you will not have difficulties. While wishing you success in this latest academic journey, please be assured of the support of management in order to help you realize your aspirations. Once again, I congratulate you all and your sponsors for this important forward step. Thank you and God bless. Professor Edoba B. Omorige, SAN, Vice Chancellor, University of Benin. Thank you very much.
The office of the PRO, they'll be trying to gather information for announcements. Maybe I'll just do a quick one. After this event, please continue to liaise with the College of Postgraduate Studies for further announcement, further briefing. Tidy up your registration and make sure that you put your mind into this program, just like you have been told during the orientation program, which has been packaged together. And then link up also with your ICT mode, maybe platform. So see what is going on, because certain announcements will be passed from time to time for your program. And in terms of celebration after this event, do it the way you feel is best for you, with members of your family and so on. If you intend to invite a few of us, we'll gladly join you to celebrate. Let's clap for ourselves. I think we deserve clap. Let's clap for ourselves. It's a day of celebration. Take as many photographs and keep. It could be useful in future too, and so on. Mr. Vice Chancellor, may I respectfully invite you to declare matriculation closed.
In the exercise of the powers conferred on me by the Governing Council, Senate of the University of Benin, and all other powers enabling me to do so, I declare the 2024-2025 matriculation ceremony for postgraduate students closed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor. A quick information. Please, you are to return your academic gowns from Monday 19th to Wednesday 21st at the point of collection. You return back to the point of collection. After the deadline, you have a fine of 500 naira daily, all right, levied on you. So please do that from Monday 19th through to Wednesday 21st. Please rise as we take the Uniband anthem and the third stanza of the national anthem.
Please remain standing and don't go out until after the Vice Chancellor's procession. Please remain where you are and keep standing until after the Vice Chancellor's procession is out.
Remain where you are as the Vice Chancellor procession exits.